Just want to get rid of this one. Alright, sorry for the delay, guys. You're currently taking out sell side, as you can see here. We're in that new day opening gap. Right. I'm gonna mark out that 9:30 opening. Alright. Just trying to get people in stream here. So I actually already see model presented. Alrighty, guys. So I'm actually gonna go long in here. I'm gonna stop below candle right there. You're targeting that buy side liquidity. Good morning. My son's now awake to witness greatness. He's here watching the stream with you guys. Right here, at that fair value gap, inside that inverse. If you dip down into that, I'm gonna go long one more time. First, we're attacking that 9:30 opening. So I'm gonna come to that like a magnet. Alright, guys. So we kind of took an entry as soon as we started stream here. I was just a few minutes behind, but we're here. And right here, you want to see it stay inside and above this breaker. So it looks like the gap's gonna stay open, no problem. So I'm just gonna respect that inverse then. This right here is my bread and butter model. As you can see, at that 10 o'clock release, just ran right into that new day or new week opening gap. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's one of them. Either way, it's powerful and giving us our support level. Real support and resistance. I'm gonna go long again in here. Respecting that breaker. So at the moment, let's look at the 3 minute, 5 minute. So we've taken sell side, and we have this beautiful level of buy side pending. So what I want to see here is it respect this right here. Just this entire area, the fair value gap, the breaker. I just want to say respect this and create a PD array higher so I can protect myself. Whether that's a fair value gap forming or preferably the fair value gap on the 1 minute or 3 minute. Which if that 3 minute stays open right here, that would be our best case scenario. I'm actually gonna mark that one out. Pretty confident in that it'll stay open. I'm gonna keep that volume imbalance as part of it. But the setup's looking like we're gonna do a majority of it on the 1 minute. Nothing wrong with that. It's looking like we might get stopped out here. I'm gonna respect that 1 minute inversion. I don't mind opening up risk. Because ultimately, this is my model. I want to respect my model. I'm gonna include that there. Lowest I would see it go is below that fair value gap. So I'm willing to risk 1% to. Got a 1 to 5 going on right now. You can see right there, I would have easily gotten stopped out. I'm mainly focusing on this right here. You can add that volume imbalance into it if you would like. But majority of my focus is right here. That inverse with the fair value gap inside of it is very powerful. I really wouldn't want to see it go below there. And if it does, we're gonna hunt for another setup. That low should stay intact. If it doesn't, no big deal. Just one little paper cut. But right here, I trust my stop loss. I'm not willing to put it any lower. So we've came down to that 62% retracement, which is respecting the body of that fair value gap, the entire body, not just the low. So in hindsight, this is a better second entry, but I'm okay with where I took the entry at. Typically, that breaker pattern would just keep on running. Clearly, that did not happen this time, but it's never going to be perfection, you know. But yes, we had that 9:30 opening, ran sell side into that very strong level, the new day opening, new week opening gap. I'm gonna get rid of these lines. I just feel like I have so much stuff. So yes, this new day opening gap. Currently looking for price to not violate that low, and if it does, our analysis is incorrect at the moment. I mean, I'm very confident in it, but I'm just telling you that if that low gets taken out, we can expect that price would run lower. But I'm only one-sided bias. I'm looking for buy side unless something significant happens. But ultimately, this is what I look for every single time. The strong run lower with the inverse. It's looking like what I'm thinking is this is a short-term version of it. We've already taken buy side, ran lower into that OTE fair value gap. As long as that low is respected, we can expect that we're going to be able to protect ourselves, get our stop into profit, scale out, take profit. As you can see here, we're running higher. So what I want to see here is a fair value gap run higher, and I'm going to use my stop loss under that candle. But yes, this is my bread and butter model, that run lower. I'm going to get rid of that. So typically, see on the 3-minute how it's just one large order block, but on the 1-minute, we have that fair value gap running through, placing the order block into the new day opening gap. Get rid of the noise here. So we have that order block, which is a series of candles on the 1-minute, but on the 3-minute and the 5-minute, it's just one candle. On the 5-minute, you get that wick reaching below sell side. I've already taken that, but it's also reaching below this. Ripping these lows over here as well in that new day opening gap. On the 3-minute, it's just one large candle. On the 1-minute, get that fair value gap. But then when you understand narrative, time, and price, you can respect that as an inverse. So I'm taking that fair value gap. You can include the volume imbalance if you'd like. I usually do. As well as this volume imbalance right here. And as you can see, ultimately, I would want to keep my stop below this candle, but since I scaled in twice, I'm going to respect the higher PD array. But I want to see this gap right here stay open. At the same time, it's respecting this inverse. We ran lower, took in sell side. So here's external sell side, here's internal. We took that internal sell side, running lower, creating that inverse with a fair value gap inside of it. So what I want to see here is price run higher. I'm going to mark out inverse. And then we already know that this fair value gap. I'm not going to mark it out just because, I don't know if you can see, but we had the smallest new day opening gap I've ever seen. Right here. From last night, 459 to 6. And I'm just going to let that be, because obviously it's using that as a very good level of support now, with that fair value gap and that inverse. So as you can see here, this is my bread and butter setup. Turtle soup with the inverse fair value gap. It's powerful. It resonates with me. I'm happy with it. I don't want to trade anything else. I can trade other models. I have other models that I do trade. And actually that I took off stream yesterday. I'm going to show you guys that after this trade. But for now, we're going to focus on this one here. We got a beautiful setup going. I just want to see it gravitate toward that 930 opening, rip out buy side, and ultimately, this is our overall target up here. We have multiple levels of liquidity, given this is the main one right here. It's perfectly equal highs. I'm going to aim for the lower hanging fruit, because I don't really care about 26 extra points, but as you can see here, that gap did not stay open. There's no problem. Just ran that high. dipping back into that fair value gap, running that low. I want to see it respect this inverse. Ultimately, as long as it doesn't go below the low of that inverse. And it just ran below the low of that inverse, so I can no longer really respect that. We're gonna respect this fair value gap now. Still, this is our overall setup right here, so that was just something that I wanted to see price push higher off of. Just looking like we might get stopped out here. I'm gonna give it a little bit more wiggle room. Looks like it could take these equal lows here, which it just barely did. I mean, just barely. So now came taking sell side, just barely to the fucking tick, just barely. Just to stay precise, I'm gonna mark out that volume imbalance. Alright, since this leg is what took sell side, I can respect that inverse, or look to anticipate to respect that inverse. So I wouldn't want to really see it go below this low right here. But overall, keep in mind, this whole thing right here, we're respecting as an order block. We have our inverse inside of it, our volume imbalance with our fair value gap. So the fair value gap in the inverse makes it more powerful of a PD array, more of a respectable, in quote, support. I hate saying support and resistance, but this is real support and resistance. Alright guys, if you do hear noise in the background, my girlfriend has some company over, just some family. But yes, ultimately I just want to see a break higher, give us something to work with. Looks like we could get stopped out, and we're stopped out. We're down 1% on the stream so far. I don't regret anything that I just did. It's a small paper cut loss. And I would look for the same exact thing every single time, because when it goes, it just goes. And ultimately, I could have taken at this high right here. So now we just stay patient and wait for some more entry opportunities. As you can see here, we're still up 26.7%. Bring back up the executions once the time arrives for that. So right here, I'm respecting this 1 hour fair value gap. I'm not looking to rush back in here. Taking my time. I'm gonna go long inside this inverse here. Going long inside this inverse. I just want to see that trade higher here. As you can see, we're risking 1.2. Oh, we already got stopped out. No fucking big deal. So we're 0 for 2. Nothing wrong with that. Down 1.2%. Not anything significant. Ultimately, I'm one-sided. I still want to see that buy side taken out. What I'm thinking here is we could just see how there's these 3 equal lows. We could easily run below those, and then that'll give us our run up in the buy side. So I'm gonna stay more patient here and just wait it out, see what happens. So we've already taken that sell side. Now we're just waiting on our model to form, which I thought it was right here, but I would look for this again and again and again. I mean, I don't regret anything I just did, like I said. This is just part of the game. Sometimes you're just a little bit off timing, off rhythm, whatever. Looks like we can get that run lower, below the equal lows here. Which we've already taken this one out. Remember, this is our order block. So it looks like price is just respecting that whole order block. Here's the volume imbalance. Right here, I want to see it create some type of fair value gap above this volume imbalance. So this is a day where my personal model, it's not that it failed, more so it's that that is the high that I should have scaled out at. It was more of a short-term model today, my personal model, but it's also only 10:30. We had a news release at 10 o'clock, so remaining one-sided on my bias. We are going to target that buy side liquidity here. So once again, as you can see, we ran buy side. And I'm taking sell side. Now, right now, we're 0 for 2. Small paper cuts. Yeah, sure, still E1, it's a paper account. We're gonna get to the real accounts and trade the same exact way, so not tripping on that, but as you can see here, took 2 losses for 1.25%. We're gonna blow that out of the water. I'm not worried about it. I'm gonna look to go long here once my setup forms. I'm gonna see that low rip. Preferably to stay within this new day opening gap. I'm gonna delete this box, but remember, this whole thing right here was our order block. It just got disrespected. We're now running lower. So I really want to see this low of that new day opening gap stay respected. We're just a little bit off timing. There's nothing wrong with that, guys. Just remember, as long as you manage risk, you can accomplish anything. Manage risk, manage your trade. You'll be alright. I'm gonna go full screen mode here. Let's get that 50% mark. So it didn't come down to that 50%, but we got close enough to that midpoint of that 1 hour fair value gap. Staying intact with that new day opening gap low into that 1 hour fair value gap. So right here we have 2 strong levels of support. Once again, I hate using that word, but that's really ultimately what it is. Now what would be really nice would just get like a fair value gap lower, so we can use that as an inverse. Because right here is your turtle soup on this low. Alright guys, I want to see a run higher above that volume imbalance. Looks like it's not going to happen. You don't always get what you want, but that's why you stay patient, you manage risk, you don't impose your will on the market. I mean, honestly, there was nothing wrong with this setup. It was just that stay within that order block here. That was a good setup. Just shorter than I wanted it to be. So down here we got that. There you go. Right here. fan. Could run right into that midpoint, but ultimately I'm aiming for that buy side. It's way too clean. It's absolutely gonna get taken. Looks like this was our silver bullet here. So right here we're running to that midpoint in that 1 hour fair value gap. Right here we could refine it to a 15-minute fair value gap. Alright. Just waiting for our entry opportunity. Disrespected that fair value gap. I'll get rid of that. So clearly, what I want to see happen is the buy side taken out, but clearly I wasn't seeing it as it was in real time, like right now. Right now, looks like we're just running lower, grabbing all this liquidity from the lows. So what is that doing? It's placing fear that, oh, we're gonna break out lower, we're gonna break out lower. So now we're realizing that retail is really going short heavily here. And as we're falling lower, these bigger people are scaling out, and looking to long the stop losses. So at this point, since we're so heavily drawing lower, I mean, at a minimum, I'm taking that low. That's at minimum. Red for sell side. At a minimum, we're gonna take that. Just taking sell side. Ripping through that 79%. So I'm thinking this could be our market maker sell model. Ultimately take this low. Once again, I want to go back to that though. I would take the setup again and again and again. I was just misaligned with what the bigger narrative was until we take that major level of sell side. There's nothing wrong with that. I manage risk. I took my model. I'm happy with it. We're now engaged into sell side on an even deeper level. Since we're already the whole way down here, I would not put it past the market to drop 30 more points and just rip this low as our market maker sell model. So this would be like our sell side of the curve here, ripping the lows, and then we have that buy side of the curve to rip out those AM session highs. We're staying patient here, guys. We're staying very patient. We're letting the market do its magic. We have 11 minutes until macro, so I'm thinking that we could just continue lower into that 1050 to 1110. Or it could just reverse here. This is one of the setups I took off stream. That one right there. So as long as that body respects that 79%, we stay confident with it. Okay, I like what we're doing here. I'm gonna go long, put my stop below this inverse. Risking 0.4%. So we ran lower, ripped out sell side. We're respecting that 79% retracement. I'm gonna respect this whole candle right here, as this will be in 3 seconds of fair value gap with your inverse on the 1 minute. On our bigger scale, I want to see this 3 minute stay intact. There's nothing random about this entry. I've taken this hundreds of times. I'm very confident in it. Ultimately, I want to see it lead up into that macro and run us higher. Taking sell side. Looking at this as our order block. Understanding that this low could stay intact until we run buy side. Remember, it's NFP week, so we're gonna not go too crazy range wise. I mean, NFP is really gonna set that monthly range for us. Currently have 0.7% risk on. Remember, guys, your losses don't have to hurt. You shouldn't be scared to take losses in front of other people, whether that's on stream, in person, you're sending them screenshots, you're posting on your story. I mean, if your heart's racing and you're scared of your stop loss, then you should really just practice and stop putting that target on your back until you're ready for it. I could scale in here, but I'm going to be conservative and wait for a better scaling opportunity. As long as that low stays intact, I'm happy with the setup. It's looking like it's also a optimal trade entry, rating at 62 to 79%. So I can trust that there's a fair value gap, an optimal trade entry. I'm gonna respect this a little bit more. If I get a fair value gap here, I'm gonna use that to first of all raise my stop, second of all to go long and scale in, and then I'll start scaling out like above this high. I don't want to get too greedy with my take profit. At the same time, yeah, I'm gonna aim for that high, but keep in mind I can scale out whenever I want. I'm just gonna aim in that best case scenario. I don't really see that as greed as long as you know what you're looking for. I mean, we've ran to a very deep discount, and these highs are all pending, so I'll probably take a whole contract off here, let the rest ride. But feel free to take this trade with me. I'll let you know when the second opportunity of entry comes about. What do you notice about this setup? Doesn't it look the same as all the other ones? And it could fail. I mean, I'm not saying this is like a A+ fucking guaranteed setup, but here's the fair value gap we wanted. I'm gonna use this low. We have 40 seconds until it prints, but I'm pretty confident. Looks like it could disrespect it here. We're gonna delete that just until it fully prints. Here's our inverse. Gap stayed open. Now, if we dip back into that, I would go long again. It could stay open and just keep rushing higher. But don't panic. I mean, buy side is 170 points away, so even if we found you an entry that got you 50 points with one contract, it's $1,000. What's wrong with that, you know? So currently we're risking 0.48%. Risking 0.48%. We're down 1.25%. We're 0-2 so far. Looking to go 1-3. Notice that you can go 33% win rate, but still end up in profit. People think that you have to have the highest 90% win streak and this and this and that. I mean, I'm pretty precise at what I do, but I'm human. I can make mistakes, you know. Right here. So now it looks like we're utilizing that 3-minute inverse. I'm gonna go ahead and go long one more time with this in mind, with our stop below that candle. So we're risking 0.8%. Our overall take profit is 6.7%, but I'm gonna scale out above that high right here, drawing up into that new day opening gap. And that 9:30 opening price. Don't forget about that. That's very important. As well as our 8:30 opening price. Sorry, I did forget to throw that one in there. So right here's our 8:30 open. to respect more of that inverse. Actually, we are taken out. Currently 0 for 3. We're down 2%. Yep. As I tried to respect more of that inverse in the 3 minute and that 1 minute fair value gap, it just took us out. That's the human error in me. Nothing wrong with that. I still trust the setup. I'm just here to be the most transparent trader. I'm not here to have a 100% win rate. We're 0 for 3 once again. Back against the wall. What are we going to do here? Looking to respect that low. I'm going to go ahead and go long here. Our stop loss at 0.2%. Looking to respect that whole candle. Remember guys, I have plenty of experience in these markets. You don't have to take as many entries as me. You don't have to trade the way that I trade. I'm doing it this way because that's how I'm comfortable trading. And this is what works for me. I'm going to go long one more time here, respecting that inverse. I'm going to raise my stop here. So this inverse right here took out that low into the fair value gap, leaving that fair value gap lower. That is now our inverse fair value gap. Let me mitigate risk here just a bit. So we have 55 seconds and I want to see, leave a gap open right here. So I'm going to delete that inverse just for now. Also understanding that this could also be an order block. So we did not leave that gap open. I'm looking to respect this as a 1 minute order block. Potentially we could have that fair value gap displacement higher off of that 1 minute order block. It's a tough day so far, but it's the moments that really build you up, you know. Ultimately, this whole setup is driving off that run lower and that inverse. Give it a bit more wiggle room. And we're taking out once again. Oh for 4 on stream. We're embracing that. Still up 25%. We're on a losing streak right now, guys. Down 2.6% on the day. So far, I regret nothing. I would look for the same exact things. So keep in mind, we have all of these AM session highs pending. We've ran down to an important level of sell side liquidity. I respected that whole candle right here. Learn from my losses. Learn from my losses, as well as learn from my winners. Respecting that low. I really don't want to see it go below that low right there. Go long in here. Stop below the inverse. I would like to see this gap stay open right here. Now this should be the setup that helps us mitigate all of our losses. Once again, we're 0 for 4, down 2.5%. We are targeting that buy side liquidity. Here we're using that inverse as well as fair value gap. I'm gonna go long one more time in here. Risking 0.7%. So ultimately, I want to see it respect that low. I want to see it respect this low, as well as that one, but that gap within that inverse. And give us a run higher, trade back into here, and ultimately run higher. Again, I'm comfortable putting on more risk. I've seen this so many times over and over again. I'm pretty confident this is the setup that's going to give us all of our losses back and some. I think if I take a loss here though, we're going to step away until at least a moon. I'm going to respect that whole inverse. Risking 0.9%. Barely almost took us out. I'm going to respect that whole fair value gap here. Looks like that's what it's supposed to do. If we get taken out, we're going to step away here. It's a tough day. There's them days where like it'll have that same criteria, but maybe wick below or stop you out a couple times. Yeah, we're getting chopped up here, guys. I'm not too worried about it. Now, what I really want to see is like a 3 or a 5 minute run fair value gap higher. So we can really just protect ourselves here. we're stopped out again, guys. Account balance 24%. We're 0 for 5 on the day. 1.2, 2, 3, down 3.6%. So what do we do here? I think that now we're going to come take that level of sell side. I'm clearly on the wrong side of the market. And there's days this is just going to happen. Tough day so far, tough day. Take a step back, and so clearly we just had a bit of, to me personally, I took one too many trades, probably wanted too many trades, but we're still very good growth on the account. Now we've just ripped that sell side again. These equal lows right here. Just taking out these equal lows. Again, I would look for the same thing over and over though. That's exactly what I would look for. Currently within that macro. At this point, I'm just gonna wait it out and see what happens. I'm willing to take one more setup for the day to mitigate our losses. I'm not chasing my losses, but I'm looking for that one good setup just to mitigate them. Study my losses, study my winners, study my break-evens. There's all lessons within all of them. Sell side has just been taken. You guys just saw it live though, you can get chopped up in this fucking market. I'm not too worried about it though, It's not the end of the world. Our account balance is in strong standing. Clearly we were just misaligned, but at the same time I'm knowing that we have all these pending buy side levels. I mean, seriously, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's so many highs pending. Looks like we're gonna take this level of sell side out as well. I can get rid of that one. That one's not of any importance anymore. So heading into noon, heading into that lunch hour, we really want to see price gravitate back up toward those 8:30 and 9:30 openings. Still remaining strong on my bias. Just taking a little bit longer. There's nothing wrong with that. So ultimately, this is the range right here that we're dealing with. Currently running down into that 79% as we take sell side. I'm gonna go ahead and go long there, most likely, if I see my model present itself. So right here is at 79%. Right here is we took sell side. So we just ran right into that 79% below sell side. I'd want to see this level of sell side stay intact. Here's a huge inverse. Potentially, anyway. Potentially. For transparency's sake, I just want to put on the executions again. Taking multiple losses today. I'm not scared to show it. Got chopped up. It's all good. Currently just waiting for our next opportunity. The analogy would be we're holding like our sniper rifle out right now. Just our crosshairs are hovering over price, just waiting for it to do what we want. I'm very confident we're going to mitigate our losses here. In hindsight, though, that's a very clean setup. I mean, look at that. In hindsight, that is beautiful. Bam, 2022 model right there. Just taking out another level of sell side. Since already taking those out, I'm gonna get rid of them. Already taking that one out. So ultimately, the rest of the day, could take that level of sell side, but I'd want to see it run above buy side and create a high of the week tomorrow, and then just continue lower up into next week. So that's the main reason I want these highs taken out. These equal highs, I want to see price run above, come up into these highs up here, and then run lower the rest of the week. Remember, it's only Tuesday, so looks like over here I missed some sort of new day or new week opening gap. So we're gonna go ahead and mark that out. Notice how price just like gravitated right toward it though. Price off respecting this inverse. So it looks as if we've placed an order block right into that new day or new week opening gap. I would be comfortable taking this 3-minute inverse setup. And now we're at an even deeper discount, so gives us more probability of making those losses back. Because it's absolutely going to come for these highs, and it's going to come for those highs. Here's sell side. how much lower will it go? I'm not gonna try and pick the very bottom, but if I get my model, I'll get in there. I'm just gonna try and refine this as much as possible. Alright guys. Right here we're getting our little optimal trade entry. So you see right here, we're just stepping away. Took multiple losses. We're stepping away, letting the market find its bottom so my model can form. Because note that my best entries, my best winners, are always when that very, very bottom or very top form. Not that I'm trying to always pick the very top or bottom, but those are when my model play out best. So up right here, we're running up into that. So on the 1 minute. So running up into that, I'll take a long in here. I'm gonna stop below. That fair value gap inside there, I'd want to see that stay open. Notice I'm looking for the same thing every single time. Yes, it has failed multiple times. I was on the wrong side of the market. That's my fault. Notice that. It's my fault. It's not the market's fault. It's not somebody else's fault. It's your fault if you took my trade and lost, because I never told you to put that much risk on that you couldn't handle or any of that shit. You should have risked what you could handle. But that's why we manage risk, we manage our trade, and we keep ourselves available. We got 10 seconds for that gap to stay open. If we dip into here, I'll go long again. Could take off without us. I mean, if that stays open, that's perfectly fine with me. There we are. Respecting that whole candle. So currently we're risking 1.1%. Should put us pretty red on the day, but I'm really not too worried about it. I know my motto and I know what works. Losing streaks will happen. Right here's our optimal trade entry. Losing streaks are part of the game. Respecting that whole candle. I don't want to see that low taken out. I do not want to. Right here we have our order block. So again, we have 2 contracts on here. I want to see the market give us some type of PD array higher to protect ourselves. Right here, the main goal is to get to break even, at least. We respected that 3-minute inverse, the low. want to see this candle push higher. And again, guys, pushing into that 1150 to 1210 macro. I want to see the AM session highs be taken out. Utilizing that 1 minute inverse. I want to see price push higher. We could really see it rip high and strong off that 3 minute inverse here. Could really just run higher. Given as well as this 5 minute, very, very large inverse, it could just rush higher. Or it could just stop us out. I mean, there's no guarantees in this market. So. Right here is the optimal trade entry, fair value gap with that inverse. So we have 3 confluences. Given that we're heading into the noon hour, we're going to target those AM session highs. Drawdown doesn't really faze me. I trust my stop loss. My stop loss is my best friend. Alright guys, well we're 0 for 5 and now you're going to see me mitigate all of them losses. Losses don't define you unless you over leverage. I mean, let's be honest, I took a few too many trades here. Honestly, I really didn't expect it to fall that hard lower. But now that it did, my vision's more clear. And I'm not really too worried about it, you know. Stay within risk. I'm just gonna manage this trade as best as I can, and you know. It's all part of the game. Study my losses, study my wins, study my break evens. Look where my best winners occur, when they occur, and why they occur. I really love this setup. I typically love my model best when it's M3 or M5. That's typically the best inverse, in my opinion. So, with that said, if the best inverses are M3 or M5, why did I take the M1? Why was I looking to get in on anything less than that? That's the key takeaway here. Study that, learn that. That's my losses, and it's okay. We have multiple days left in the week. Given you really shouldn't trade after tomorrow because it's NFP week, but right here, looking to run higher. I'd really want to see like an M3 or M5 for VGAP form. That would be pretty cool. Typically, I only want to trade 1 to 2 contracts. I'd be willing to add a third onto here if it gives me a very good entry. But it would have to be like an A plus entry. I'll add a third contract on. And this is one of those scenarios that were like funded accounts make it hard because let's say I was on a funded account, I can only risk 4 to 5% a day. I really wouldn't be able to take this last setup right here. With a personal account, you have more control over that. Yeah, this is a paper, but I would be taking the same exact trades. So I'm not really looking at it as, oh, it's a paper. I'm looking at, this is a habit building right here. I'm strictly focusing on my habits and just running this account up in due time. Obviously, we were up to 29%. We're back down. Actually, it was 28. We're back down now. And we're looking to mitigate these losses right here, which we are going to for sure. Looks like that gap's not going to stay open once it turns around right here. That gap did not stay open. Can trust that right there. I'm gonna go long one more time here in that inverse. Once again, respecting this inverse. I'm gonna mitigate risk here a bit. So here I can trust that price will respect this inverse and take us higher. We're on 3 contracts. That's the most I'm willing to put on. Max 3 contracts. I'm not looking to put on 5 contracts and hit a lucky come up over these losses. I'm doing it responsibly. I'm doing it with what I can handle. I'm risking 1.4%, looking to mitigate that as soon as possible. So yeah, right here, we want to see that candle. Within this or the next candle, or the next two, just kind of gravitate higher. That's what we want to see. Does not mean that it will absolutely do that. to the T. Currently just ran those equal lows. Looks like that's what we needed to push higher here. So put in perspective where we're at right now. 9:30 opening. After the 8:30 opening, we ran higher. 9:30 opening, we had that little wick right here. 10 o'clock news, we had a fair value gap right here. Ran into that and ran very hard lower into a new day opening gap. Right here, we're just looking to mitigate all of our losses. So we're currently in here with 3 contracts, nothing more. It's plenty, that's all you need. Looking to respect this candle right here, if given the opportunity. Should put us at 0.49% risk. Just looking forward to respect it there. We've mitigated our risk by 1%, so we're now at 0.5% instead of 1.5. And I like this fair value gap because this is the candle that ran these equal lows. You see 1, 2, 3 lows. We ran below that, came higher, creating that gap. You can also expect to, right to that 62%. It could be off to the races here. Gonna rip above that 3-minute inverse, as well as we're now respecting this 5-minute inverse. So I mean, really, this whole range right here, we could just rip through, potentially. So again, guys, right here we're looking to mitigate our losses. Currently mitigated 1/3 of them already. And instead of, because I could easily just attack buy side up here and really get our money back, but I really don't need a 300 point move. I'm just gonna aim for this new day opening gap right here. Yeah, nonetheless, it's definitely a tough market for me personally today. I'm sure there's a lot of people that took that short opportunity and did pretty well. We've got this 1 minute fair value gap at the moment with the inverse directly next to it. I'm gonna lower my stop loss below the inverse just to give it a bit of wiggle room. I don't want to get stopped out prematurely just because I have my stop loss placed incorrectly. Definitely a tougher market today. Thought with a red folder, it would just be much smoother, but I was also on the wrong side, so. I'm just gonna respect this whole M3 inverse at the moment. As well as this 1 minute order block. Currently in drawdown. So let's make it a lot clearer here of what we're looking at. Got that 1 minute order block here. Got this low, this high. So we're below 50% mark right here. This is our optimal trade entry. So we're currently in a discount. This would absolutely be my last trade of the day, win or lose. Currently I have on a 1 to 4, 1 to 4.5 risk to reward ratio. Once again, this would absolutely be my last trade of the day. This would put us at a pretty big red day if we lost, but I'm okay with that. So we'll be back tomorrow. Typically, I don't like lowering my stop loss, but I would hate to get stopped out prematurely just because I didn't respect a big enough range. Given that, I mean, we have our optimal trade entry, we have our 1 minute order block, etc., etc. I'm gonna respect all of that. So as you can see, we're respecting the 1 minute order block, the optimal trade entry, as well as this inverse right here. Just taking out this low. Currently 1% in drawdown. We're in that optimal trade entry now. I'm gonna put my stop below this whole day opening gap and the order block. A little bit more risk than I would like, but I'm looking to mitigate it. Disrespected that inverse. Here's that midpoint, that 1 minute order block. I mean, below here, I wouldn't want to be part of it anymore. Just wouldn't be worth it. And we're stopped out. Oh man, well, definitely got chopped up today. I'm gonna wait for that 1150 macro and see what happens here. There will just be them days where you can't seem to get it right, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. It's all about what you come back with. So, I mean, it's looking like we could take out sell side on a deeper scale. Personally, I did not expect that, but keep in mind we're still in that daily fair value gap. Currently waiting for sell side to be taken out. Once again, here's our account balance. Here is executions. We got pretty chopped up today the whole way down. We were up in profit multiple times and it would just take us out. Definitely went lower than I expected. Lower than a lot of people expected, most likely. These are two very good trades I took off stream yesterday. I'll review those later. I was 2 for 2 yesterday. So as you can see, this was yesterday. It was a small scalp day. No red folders, but here's all of our losses, guys. I'm not really too worried about it. Looks like we're heavily gravitating toward that sell side liquidity. I'm gonna wait for that 1150 macro. I trust and believe that, because once noon hits that algo reset, it'll attack opposing liquidity. So if we're running sell side into the noon, and there's a ton of buy side to be taken. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels of buy side to be taken. If not more, I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tons of liquidity. Tons and tons of liquidity. So imagine all who's selling at these lows. Yeah, right here it worked. It worked here, broke out, worked below these lows, it worked here, but it can only work for so long. I think that my preparation wasn't the greatest today. I was rushing from the gym. Got on here very last second, didn't have any of my openings marked or anything. But as you see, that's the human error in me. That's why we're starting with paper. We're gonna get into live accounts. Best believe we're gonna run up some live accounts, but I'm gonna do my best as a responsible person to, starting tomorrow, just take less trades and focus on more quality. I wouldn't say I was imposing my will. I mean, these were all what I would take as good setups. They all were in profit. They all look good. They all presented pretty much what my model would give me. So I'm not discouraged. I'm not upset about anything. I'll take the same exact trades. I don't trust that inverse. There's just no way that it's that close to the low. I'm not gonna take it. We have 6 minutes till macro right here. So I want to see that low right here get ripped with a fair value gap. So I want to see a fair value gap just rip through sell side. And essentially, this is a daily order block, that whole thing. So we're kind of just like trading on that daily order block. With that daily fair value gap that displaced higher. We're about to head into that macro here. So again, I'm willing to take one more trade. As long as it's attacking the AM buy side. If there's any trade that you would take with me today, it's going to be the next one that I take. I love the way it created that new day opening gap, dipped inside, and just never came back, creating that liquidity up here. But yeah, once we take sell side, we could see my model forming and potentially run up above inside and continue higher above buy side. Gravitating back toward that volume imbalance here. Approaching that macro here. I definitely want to see that low taken out. So taking a step back here, I went in pretty hard with the risks today. I'm pretty self-critical, so I definitely could have taken less entries. Nonetheless, I'm going to overcome it and mitigate my losses. I'm just waiting here for a good opportunity to get in. I don't see my model in any way, shape, or form, but we are in that macro now. I don't trust that at all. Here's the macro. So we're now in the lunch hour. I want to see that run below sell side and just that sneak attack, that lunch rush. Feels like there's no way it's gonna just not take out the sell side. It's way too close not to. But absolutely last entry of the day. We're either gonna mitigate our loss here or we're gonna end on a red day. It's been a while since we ended on a complete red day, honestly, but I'm okay with that. Keeps you humble. I love the transparency I'm giving here. If you study my losses, I mean, there's some valuable information in there. In hindsight, I should have kept my stop loss right here. Instead of lowering it, we'd be in less of a red day. But you can't go back in time, so here's equal lows, as well as this overall low, and that overall low over there is the equal low. So two sets of equal lows about to be taken out here. I want to see a fair value gap, just rip through, place an order block, and that would be my model. So once again, I want to see an order block place through here with a fair value gap inside of it, and we'd use that fair value gap then as an inverse. It's going to be a bit of a longer stream today. I'm okay with that. We're going to catch a banger here. We're in that macro right now. I really don't trust this bullish movement. I want to see it run lower. From the optimal trade entry there. Just want to see it run lower. We're staying patient here, waiting for sell side to be taken. We're holding out our sniper with our crosshairs aiming on price. I'm waiting for our model to form. Again, guys, let's see that sell side taken out. Heading into the lunch hour. I don't trust that. I don't trust these lows one bit. Alright, guys. Currently, I'm looking forward to sweep this level of sell side. We had a bit of over trading today, but I'm very confident about where price is at the moment. Looking to take one more setup here on stream and call it a day. I'm gonna put 2 to 3 contracts on this next setup. I'm thinking here this is where we really got retail giving them their last run. I think this is where people are finally finalizing their scale out of their positions for all those who went short. So again, what I want to see here is a order block and a fair value gap setup run lower, and then price to push back up above this breaker. Again, we're just waiting patiently for sell side to be taken. Can't trust any of that. I mean, who would trust highs pending just above a major level of sell side? I'm not really respecting any of this right here at the moment. I still want to see a run lower. Just half of that order block here. I'm going to see a run lower. Still on that macro. What does macro do? It seeks liquidity and finds imbalance. So we'll run that level of liquidity while staying above this one. This is the low of that daily fair value gap that we do not want to violate. I want to see a strong run lower. That fair value gap displaced lower. So I can use that as my entry. So I want to see one more strong candle just rip through. Probably that next candle here. Just run lower. Still just, I don't think I can trust this quite yet. Still just don't think that sweep on those lows was enough for me personally. Because ultimately, if we ran lower in this 12 o'clock hour, swept that sell side liquidity. It would also give us into that 1 o'clock hour, that swing low, and that 2 o'clock candle would really just rip higher. At the same time, that would give us our 1, 2, 3 Indians pattern as well. That's what I would prefer to see. We'll just see what price does over the next 10, 20, 30 minutes. Now taking buy side here. Notice I'm not just rushing in here. We've already taken plenty of losses. I'm not looking to add on more risk until it's something that we really, really are comfortable with, which would be a run lower first. And that's clearly just engineered liquidity, as you can see. Still equal lows intact. Got that 3 minute fair value gap higher. I mean, again, I'm not looking to go long unless it's below this low right here. So that meant run higher and then come below. See what we're looking at here. Did just tap into this fair value gap here. Ultimately, that can give us our run lower. So the macro has ended. Just tap into that 3 minute fair value gap. Ultimately, that looks like it can give us our run lower here. To the tick. here is alright. So I set an alert right here, so it alerts me on my phone when the sell side was taken, just in case I'm not paying attention here. Remember, we're just being very patient, waiting for a model to form. In hindsight, I took more trades than I wanted to today. I know I already said that before, but it's just to show that it does happen. And thank God that I like to use risk management because I didn't risk too much on one given setup. Our account balance is still up a substantial amount. And right here, we're just being very patient, looking for our next setup. A plus quality below these lows. Right here, people might be trying to long off that. Think that I just don't trust that because it's still equal lows, still sell side. So give me patience right here, guys. So just waiting patiently, guys. This is the boring part of trading. And I have no choice but to be on point with this next trade because we're already down pretty good on the day. I probably should just step away, but I'm just gonna wait for a very, very clean opportunity here. Alright, guys, so that's how it's been taken. Just waiting for our entry model to form here. We've already hit that 127. So we've already hit that 127 extension mark. This is like where I would aim for go. Get rid of this now. As you can see, the OT level held nicely. This was our order block up into the fair value gap. I want to see this candle run lower. Preferably leave this gap nice and open here. Use that as our inverse. So it does have 1 minute and 41 seconds here. So I want to see price kind of just fuck around here. I'm gonna put on 2 contracts. Not right now, but whenever I see an opportunity. Ten seconds here. I'm gonna be prepared along, but doesn't mean it's gonna go do that right now. So waiting patiently. Going along here with stop below the inversion on the 3 minute. I want to see it run above the high of it for sure. This next candle. See, I want to see this candle create like a wick and then just run this high up here. I'm stopped out again. Yeah, I might just have to call it a day there, guys. Tough day. Check the account balance. It's definitely a tough day. Lots of red. One thing I know I'm doing tonight is studying my losses. That's for sure. Keep in mind it is NFP week, so that also plays a large role. The 1 hour. So the 1 hour candle, like I said, would rip through, create that swing low pattern with that 1 o'clock candle. Alright, guys. Company has finally left. Yeah, they were just way too loud in the background to keep them going on stream, but yeah, there you have it. Majority of the losses mitigated. So what I'm looking for here is the trading side. I was pointing the arrows toward it. I just couldn't talk. I couldn't unmute because there's a lot of commotion going on. But here we are, just 40 points away from my take profit. So typically, if you don't feel comfortable with any of these entries, you would aim for this one. It's like the easiest setup ever. Not to say it has to play out. Could just come from my stop loss. So I'm gonna roll harder. But yeah, it's under that 3 minute. So in 2 minutes, I want this gap to stay open so I can keep my stop loss there. I'm gonna keep it under that M5 candle. So we have 2.5% locked in. That would mitigate like half of our losses. But here we have this run on buy side. That high right there. So this could be our fair value gap. Potentially. Run above that high there. There's also this inversion. I'm gonna include the volume imbalance. So we're looking pretty good here, but remember there's no guarantees in the market. Alright. Failed that PD array. Coming lower. That candle also took buy side right here. So we can expect this. So potential fair value gap that works in our favor. Never once did I say I was a master of this or anything like that. I just let the probabilities play out. So losses don't really affect me at all. That's where personal accounts come in. Like if you do this on a prop firm, if you trade more actively, it's not really built for you in that type of sense. But to an extent, I might have taken a little bit too many trades today. But right here, we're looking to mitigate it. I'm gonna aim for what is that water block? I'm gonna aim for buy side right here. It's only fair. We've taken so much sell side on them. Seriously. Probabilities are more in our favor right now. We're in a very, very deep discount. Like I had that arrow going down. Now we're gonna come back up. Using this inverse as well as this 1 minute fair value gap. Once again, looking to mitigate all of our losses and actually be in profit as well. Hello. Oh yeah. We're also approaching that 150 to 210 macro. It's been a very long stream, but it's well worth it. I've gained experience myself just from this experience. I've gained knowledge from it, and at the same time, it really goes to show when your psychology is in check, and to a degree, when you know what you're looking for, it can really just pay off in the end. This will make us what, like 1 for 9 today? One for 9, but still made profit. Catching the very low of the day. Using that inverse there, the side of that breaker. Just looking to run higher. That's what I would prefer to see, obviously. Everyone would, but doesn't mean it will happen. We'll see what happens. That's just my prediction of what I, from past experience, think could happen. This is the type of experience that you learn to wait until later, sometimes, just to find one solid trade setup per day. Like, I took way too many entries today, as you can see. But probabilities are in our favor pretty heavily right now. We're attacking the AM session liquidity afternoon. And I told you on stream afternoon, I wanted to see price just give us that setup to attack the AM session highs. Right here you got your elephant jumping in the kiddie pool, attacking major levels of sell side, right into that 4-hour fair value gap. Right here I saw my model form, and just went perfectly from there. Ultimately, this is my motto right here. This whole entire, everything about it, but right here I want to see like the breaker run up, take profit. The breaker is like the sweetest thing about the model. Like I said before, if you don't feel comfortable taking any of this, then you could usually just trade the breaker. We'll see what happens here, but we got 3 minutes until that macro. Probably gonna take one contract off above these highs. I think that'd be a smart move. I could just trim my stop harder. Yeah, I'd probably just trim my stop harder. If we form like a fair value gap, especially on the 3 or 5 minute, especially on one of them. Right here is all about management and just squeezing what we can without choking it too much so that we get stopped out early by accident. This is where like a 15-second chart would help out a lot, but I'll get that eventually. Yeah. So I really want to see right here push higher, trade up inside this new day opening gap and take out buy side. This is our buy side right here. That one failed. Looking for that low to stay intact. Alright, at the moment, the only background noise that will be is my son at the moment. But yeah. Just looking to engage with buy side up here. Already taking tons of sell side. Expecting that 5-minute candle for sure. Just in case it wants to come down in there. I'm gonna put text in there just that. Yeah, guys, I usually never trade for this long, but the setup was present. It's very clean. Still disrespecting that 5 minute candle for sure. But if I get something strong up here, I'll trail our stop a little bit. One more I like to use is to have layers of PD arrays because, like ICT said, if 3 of them fail, you're next. So 1, 2, 3, below that 5 minute candle, or on the 1 minute, but it's ultimately below that 5 minute candle. I just want something strong to displace up here so I can further protect myself. So being patient here, guys, for this to unfold. Who's to say it won't come for our stop? We just have to play it patiently and see what happens. Let me zoom in here. Stayed at that low to the tick, reversed. I'd like to see like a fair value gap above these highs. something that gives me a notice that we're gonna run higher. Hey,
D.
you're streaming. You gotta keep it quiet. Do not touch the computer.
A.
Alright guys, I'm gonna mute that real quick, just in case it's like blowing your eardrum up. Alright guys, as you can see here, we're finally trading up away from that breaker. There was no guarantees that would happen, but from past experience, I figured it would. Especially looking at this buy side right here. I mean, look how much sell side we've taken out. 1, 2, there's probably somewhere in here, 2, 3, probably at least 4 major levels of sell side. Tons of liquidity. Now it just has no choice but to attack buy side. This is like the most, this and this are like the most recent low hanging fruit buy side. This is just such a large range that it might not seem that to a degree of low hanging fruit, but I mean, it definitely is given this whole entire range. That's 164 to 65. Yeah, that's 500 point range right there. So aiming for 160 is only like a third of that. Also keep in mind, from this high, run Fibonacci, sorry. Look at that shit. It's here, from there to there. If I take profit, it's still below the 50%, so we're buying on a major discount. This is a very discounted market. This will be a premium market up here, where you would scale out of the loans typically, but we're gonna get out and mitigate our losses here. It would be up, it says 0.9% on the day, which I'm okay with that. That's better than a big red day. Would you like to see a fair value gap here run higher? Some days this is gotta be one to put in that work, so it pays off. I could delete that. Yeah, I just want to see, pretty honestly, I want to see a 3 or 5 minute displacement higher. So right here, I really want to see on the 1 minute. Nothing yet. Nothing significant enough. See the 5 minute. 5 minute got something to work with. Got something to work with right here. As long as that stays open. as long as it doesn't have to. You have it, guys. Just ripping higher now. Away from that breaker. Got that 5 minute fair value gap. That there's a 3 minute, but I'm sure there's a 5 minute. So as long as the 5 minute prints 4 minutes. For now, we're gonna respect that 3 minute fair value gap. That's what you guys wanted to see. Could just rip this next candle up into our take profit here, which would be preferred. It's been a long one today, but as you can see, it's paid off. We're paid very well today. I'll lock that in there. Just wedge the market in. I prefer for something to stay up on the 5 minute here. Let's see what happens. As you can see here, we're running back up toward our take profit. We have it wedged in. We're either making 9.7% or 6.2%. waiting patiently for this setup to play out. I would prefer to obviously see it hit our take profit, but either way, we mitigated our losses today. Lovely, lovely sight. Oh shit, I stopped out there. Alright, let's check it out. So our account's at 126. Definitely overtraded today. Definitely overtraded. Large losing streak. Got 6.1% of it back. So we are pretty damn close to a break even on the day. Alright guys, we're definitely gonna call it a day there. Very bad day could turn into a very break-even one, so I'm not upset with that. Come on. Break-even is definitely better than a red day, especially that big of a red day. So I'm happy with that. We're gonna end it here, and I'll be back tomorrow. It's FOMC, so we'll see what time we'll be streaming.